Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Today we will be opening up our info briefing, starting with Department of Transportation. And with Department of Transportation, we have Director Jay Butai. So take it away, Director.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and honorable members of the Committee on Finance. Good morning, Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Transportation's supplemental budget request for fiscal year 2023. The Department of Transportation strongly supports the executive budget, which appropriates funds for the DOT's operating and capital improvement programs. In the governor's budget for fiscal year 2023, we respectfully request for your support to fully fund DOT's budget. I'm delighted to present that our transportation system never shut down during this pandemic. Each of our division worked hard to prepare for the worst and be resilient at all times. This is a testament to the work of the department and the commitment of everyone, particularly to the professionals, workers, and operators at the airports, harbors, and highways who work tirelessly for the benefit of the state. For expediency, my discussion will focus on 4 areas. Mission and major functions of each division in serving its identified customers, current staffing and in meeting that mission, what is the major lesson learned during the pandemic that more effectively meets our mission, are there any structural or budgetary shifts that will support these more effective activities? What highlights changes are requested in our fiscal year 23 supplemental budget? With me are my deputies, Patrick McCain, Deputy Director of Administration, Ras Higashi, Deputy Director of Airports, Eduardo Manglalan, Deputy Director of Harbors, Ed Snippen, Deputy Director of Highways, and various managers and staff in our divisions. The overall mission of the Department of Transportation is to provide a safe, efficient, accessible, and sustainable intermodal transportation system that ensures the mobility of people and goods and enhances and/or preserves economic prosperity and the quality of life. In this pandemic, it has meant ensuring our lights stay on, keeping the public safe, and putting people to work. Despite the challenges faced, the department has continued to achieve an integrated multimodal transportation system through upgrades and expansions to assure mobility and accessibility to support and sustain cargo and passenger operations. Our customers are basically all the residents and tourists in the state, as well as the state, county, and federal agencies who we work with. The department's 3 divisions, airports, harbors, and highways, are vital to the state's economic prosperity and quality of life. In line with the administration's strategic priorities of being fiscally responsible, DOT continues to find innovative ways to improve our operations and services to the public while making the best use of our resources. To ensure that DOT can provide critical state services, we have requested to replenish resources for programs, including the state's workforce by restoring position counts and funds for deleted positions, and funding for defunded and underfunded positions. The department's overall vacancy rate declined to 20.7% as of November 30, 2021, from last year's comparable rate of 22.3%. The current total position ceiling for DOT consists of 2,807.5 for O&M, plus 53 CIP positions. totaling 2,860.5 positions department-wide, of which 2,267.75 FTE are filled and 592.75 are vacant as of November 30, 2021. Almost all positions are special funded. During the pandemic, the Department of Transportation has learned how to maintain critical infrastructure and services while adapting to the new normal of increased health and safety measures alongside a sudden decline in revenues. To do this, the DOT has prioritized the following: continuing and maintaining operating conditions, complying with security, safety, and environmental standards, supporting commerce by facilitating the flow of goods and services, pushing forward with high priority sustainable projects to improve the state's infrastructure and provide economic stimulus. We have carefully monitored revenues in supporting the department's special funds and adjusted plans as funding levels have declined during the pandemic. This has enabled the department to continue to serve the people of Hawaii despite the difficulties presented by the pandemic. The statewide airport system, which consists of 5 primary airports that serve domestic, overseas, and international carriers, 6 smaller airports that serve primarily propeller-driven commercial and general aviation traffic, and 4 small airports for general aviation. The airports division mission is to encourage, foster, and assist in the development of aeronautics in the state of Hawaii. This division plans, designs, constructs, maintains, and operates public airports, provides airport facilities that accommodate the safe, orderly, and efficient movement of aircraft, vehicles, and air travelers. Airport customers are air travelers from state and out of state, airlines, food and beverage, and retail concessionaires, rental car companies, federal agencies such as Customs, Immigration, Federal Aviation Administration, and TSA, among others. Airports Division has a total position ceiling of 1,432, 1,182.75 FTE filled, and 249.25 vacant. Airports vacancy rate declined from 20% as of November 30, 2020 to 17.4% as of November 30, 2021. For Airports Division, the COVID-19 has brought unprecedented challenges both operationally and financially, and is expected to continue affecting Airports Division in the fiscal year 2023. We've taken various steps to manage our financial position, including expense control and debt service restructuring. The federal COVID-19 operating grants have served a key role in protecting the Airports Division's financial positions. The year 2021 was a year of accomplishments. In August 2021, the Airports Division opened the Mauka extension at Tenyo Inoue International Airport, a $270 million project. In October 2021, the $58.7 million Federal Inspection Services building was dedicated at Ellison Onizuka Kona International Airport at Keauhole. Finally, in December 2021, the $377 million consolidated rent-a-car facility opened at Tenyo Inoue International Airport. On upcoming projects, we're working on finishing all pedestrian bridges at H&L and completing the phase 1 renovation of the restrooms in the spring of this year, and the rest of the restrooms fully completed by spring 2023. We're confident in generating income from our operations, supported by robust airline agreements. Signatory airline requirements are continuously monitored by the division to assure financial stability, and bond certificate requirements are met on an annual basis. As a result of prudent financial management, the airports division continues to receive rating confirmation for airports system revenue bonds from all 3 major rating agencies. Highlights of the significant adjustments is trading off and transferring and redescribing positions that will enable the programs to bring about greater efficiency within the existing resources. No additional positions are being requested. Additional funding is needed for routine maintenance and other personal services contracts and expenses. Replacement of the aging Wiki buses will provide quality service and reduce the wait times for international passengers from the gates to immigration and customs border protection screening. And significant new requests for CIP projects, including airfield, fire alarm systems, and environmental compliance. Moving on to harbors, the statewide harbor, commercial harbors consist of 10 harbors and 6 islands. The commercial harbors are owned by the state of Hawaii and are operated as a single statewide system for management and financial purposes on behalf of the state. The major functions of the harbors division are administering, maintaining, regulating, and protecting the operations of the harbors and related facilities.
Calling the Honolulu Social Security Office.
It fosters and assists
Security Administration
in the development of water transportation in the state and provides for the protection and promotion of safety in water transportation. The customers are mainly the harbors users group, comprised of all commercial harbor users in Hawaii, including cruise lines, commercial cargo operators, fishing and other commercial maritime related services, maritime users, wholesale, retail businesses, medical facilities, schools, restaurants, and the hospitality industry, and federal agencies such as the U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Maritime Administration, among others. Harbors has a position ceiling of 270, 231 positions filled and 39 vacant, with vacancy rate of 14.4%. As an essential organization, the harbors maintain operations throughout the pandemic. Cargo continued to flow through the harbor system to support essential needs of the state's population. The notable accomplishment was the completion of phase 1 of the Kapalama Container Terminal project, the largest capital improvement project in the history of Hawaii's commercial harbor system. Completing phase 1 meets the stated Act 200 priority of the harbor modernization plan to maintain the vital just-in-time shipping logistics necessary to sustain our island state. Harbor modernization projects are continuing with improvements to Hilo Harbor, removal of old sheds and create open space for autos and chassis storage and land acquisition. Kahalui Harbor with relocation, maintenance facilities, and create open space for autos and chassis storage. Nawili Wili Harbor, removal of shed that obstruct efficient loading and unloading of inter-island cargo movements. And Honolulu Harbor with the removal of old sheds to create open space for autos and chassis storage and continued improvements of cargo yards and traffic into the harbors. Fiscal year 23 budget request reflect the reallotment of positions and funds to efficiently utilize resource and cover shortfalls and other anticipated expenses. There are no requests for additional funds in fiscal year 23. Highways Division accounts for only 22% of the total centerline miles of highways and roads, but the state highway system carries approximately 56% of the total 22.42 million annual vehicle miles traveled in Hawaii. The segments of the state highway system that experience the highest freight volumes can transport over 20,000 trucks per day. By connecting regions with key locations and carrying high volumes of vehicles and freight, the state highway system enables the efficient movement of commuters and goods statewide. The state highway system provides mobility for over 1.4 million Hawaii residents, including a civilian labor force of approximately 680,000 people and over 8 million visitors and over 32 million tons of freight each year. It is critical to supporting commuter and freight travel and provides mobility for a variety of user needs, abilities, and mode choices, such as person with disabilities, pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, motorists, and commercial vehicles. The division works with federal agencies such as the US DOT, Federal Highways Administration, and the designated metropolitan planning organization, such as Oahu and Maui, as a condition for spending federal highway or transit funds. Highways Division has a position ceiling of 1,043.5, 767 positions filled with, and 276.5 vacant positions. Highways vacancy rate declined from 27.7% as of November 30, 2020 to 26.5% as of November 30, 2021. The division's budget requests were prioritized based on our goals, improving safety, zero fatalities, reduced speeding, fostering system preservation, improving system efficiency, signal modernization, pavement rehabilitation, resurfacing, multimodal integration, investing in bicycle and pedestrian improvements to connect systems, encouraging economic vitality, optimizing traffic flow, reducing travel times, improving resilience, protecting critical infrastructure, system upgrade, and greening operations. The Highways Division has also necessitated changes in how the CIP program is delivered. Cash has been leveraged to increase issuance of revenue bonds, as well as federalizing implementations to maximize federal funding opportunities. The project's implementation is based on the division's guidelines, which prioritizes safety and system preservation, while also focusing on ongoing projects to minimize cost increases due to delays and bringing projects to completion. Highways anticipates new funds from the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act. totaling 1.2 billion in formula funds that will provide 5 years of funding and policy stability. Increase Federal Highway Administration funding by 21%, establish new programs like formula-based bridge improvement, promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation and electric vehicle charging, and prioritize efficiency, equity, resiliency, and cross-jurisdiction cooperation. Under the IIJA, the highway formula of funding will provide 229 million in fiscal year 23 compared with actual funding of 185 million in fiscal year 2021. It will increase 20% funding and highways ability to move 20% of 2023 projects ahead.
Jay,
Yes.
Is that will you just continue to be reading, or are you gonna
I'm gonna
wrap up soon?
Wrap up soon. And then for the
Okay,
general,
because I know we had highways, airports, and harbors already, and then we did get the your written testimony, so we read a lot of this stuff. So and I know you're highlighting, but if you can wrap up, and then if you need to get to your deputies, that would be good, and then we can get into Q&A.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then for the administration, we have a position ceiling of 115, 87 positions filled and 28 vacant. And in response to the declines in revenues experienced by all divisions, the general administration of DOT has reduced collection of the pro rata share from the divisions. We only requested two budget, the trade-off transfer of funds to support the reorg of the Rail Transit Safety Office, and funding for the rental office space for our statewide transportation planning office and Office of Civil Rights. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you, Director. Since you highlighted all the departments and what they're doing, or not the departments, but your respective areas of harbors, airports, did you want your deputies to say something, or did you want to get into Q&A?
Well, we can get to Q&A, or if the deputies, if they want to say anything, that's fine too.
Okay, no, we'll get into Q&A. You gave a great overview, very detailed on the highlights on the testimony. So I know members are wanting to ask questions on some of the information that was provided. So members, if you have questions, raise your virtual hand like Representative Peruso. So I'll start with Representative Peruso.
Aloha, Director Butai, and thank you for that presentation. That was a great overview. I wanted to kind of drill down on a specific area. Greenhouse gas emissions from ground transportation have not reduced in the past 20 years, despite increasing fuel efficiency standards. So our carbon net neutral goal requires that we engage in more robust actions around state transportation policy. And I'm curious, maybe you can explain to the committee and to the public how the DOT is incorporating climate mitigation into your decision-making.
Ed is a subject matter expert on this. Ed, you want to take the question?
Thanks, Jade. So of course, ground transportation accounts for 25% of all emissions within the nation. So in the past, energy sector used to be the dirtiest industry in the nation. They cleaned their act up. So now we're the dirtiest. When we start looking at our projects and our initiatives, the first priority for us is always to improve safety and the preservation of our system first. And that's by federal mandate. So we do that every time. While we're doing those projects, we always look at upgrading the facilities for all users of the facilities to provide more transportation alternatives in any corridor we touch. That's the first portions of the program. We give them more opportunities for transportation within their communities, and definitely focus our transportation alternative programs like bike and ped and transit in areas of urban areas to make sure we can maximize those. For DOT, we also see that the biggest reason for emissions within the state and the biggest reason for delays and driving need in the state is we have our commercial centers in one area and residential areas throughout the rest of the state. On Oahu per se, 75 to 80% of the jobs are in Honolulu. Everybody lives outside of that. That's an opposite model of the mainland. So we're looking at a DOT, working with the legislature, working with legislators, is looking at resetting those commercial areas. We put our investments into portions like Kapolei to ensure that we can rebuild commercial spaces out in areas that don't require people on the Leeward Coast to drive into town every day. We're looking at more opportunities for jobs in those areas, more opportunities for housing, and we're looking at our transportation dollars incentivizing those developments. In that way, we're looking at VMT reductions and emissions reductions through the programs. We're also looking at greening our operations. We're converting all of our vehicles to electric vehicles. We've converted 43 last year, and we're looking at another 120 this year if the technology is available. With the contract that we have, we're pushing other state agencies to follow suit. The faster the state can convert and provide more charging stations throughout the state, not only for our vehicles themselves, but also for public vehicle or private vehicles to be used as well, we can incentivize more people to start converting as well. That when we start converting our vehicles, they're going to turn over. And when we turn over, we want to push them out as secondhand vehicles into the market because there's still people who cannot afford to buy a brand new electric vehicle. We're looking at greening operations by using better materials as well. We're using carbon infused concrete to make sure we can capture emissions that are already in the environment, put into concrete and increase the strength there, thereby reducing the required cement ratio that's required in the concrete and reducing emissions again. We're looking at better asphalt that uses plastics in it to ensure that as the binder, so we can capture waste in those areas as well and get a better product. So we're looking at these different alternative uses or alternative initiatives to ensure that we can try and reduce the waste, reduce our carbon footprint to the extent possible, and then also try to incentivize more commercial centers throughout the state to minimize the reasons for driving for our public. Hope that answers your question.
Just a quick follow-up, just so I understand clearly. I've been somewhat following the OMPO process, and maybe you could speak a bit about the criteria that's put in place in that context to evaluate projects and how the department's work intersects with those criteria.
So OMPO said its ORTP or transportation plan based on the criteria that the board had selected. So all projects that were submitted into that ORTP for the long range were selected based on those measures. Those goals are going to be measured by OMPO as a goal. For DOT, our measures include for preservation of our system, the life cycle of our pavements or infrastructure on a cost basis. So a cost benefit throughout the length of the project itself. When we look at projects that improve congestion or increase capacity, we also include time travel reductions and related emissions reductions on those. So those are the measures we follow. We follow up with measuring those every year to see if we hit our goal. If not, we'll see why, what went wrong, and see what we can adjust.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
Hi. I'd like to ask about Aloha Tower Development Corporation. Number one, someone told me that it has a cash balance of $2 million and that its annual operating budget is far, far below that. And number two, I'm wondering if you have thought about whether the development corporation is now, shall we say, less necessary than when it was first formed in the 1980s. when talk was for maybe a hotel, maybe a major marketplace, tourist attraction, etc. The body corporate structure that it has essentially cuts itself off from DOT and Harbors Division, which could be a liability in terms of access to bond funding, construction bond funding. So while the body corporate structure has benefits, it also has disadvantages, if you know what I mean. Any comments?
Yeah, Eduardo or Davis, can you answer the question?
Yeah, this is Davis. With regards to the cash balances is there for liquidity for bond purposes. We have to ensure that our bond covenants is that our excess revenues exceed our bond obligations by at least 1.25 by written document. The bond guys really like about 3%. So our bond right now, debt is about 32 million. They really like about 100 million. Part of our bond policy is also that we have 1,000 days worth of available cash, and that takes us up to about 173 million. The rest is just the balance between the 200 million that you mentioned, as an example that you provided. It's just to provide liquidity. Just remember that our liquidity position is because we do not get any federal funding.
Wait, are you talking about Harbors
Everything
in
that we
general?
have is for our self-support.
Are you talking about Harbors in general or Aloha Tower Development Corp?
Can you repeat?
I was talking specifically about Aloha Tower Development Corporation,
Oh, okay.
not Harbors in general.
I'm not that familiar with the Aloha Tower Development, as it's a separate agency that got transferred over.
Yeah, but you're a member of the body corporate.
Oh, I'm just the administrator, sir. The body corporate is who is Ed, the deputy director. By statute, he's the chair. He started December 1st. So we're trying to bring him up.
Maybe Ed can, if he knows anything, he can say
Wait.
something.
Maybe just look up the issue and report back to me through the chair.
We'll get back with you, Representative.
Thanks, Representative Kobayashi. I thought I'd seen Representative Ilagan with a question.
Thank you so much, Chair Cullen. I wanted to first say a big mahalo to Director Jade Butai, because this is my first year and I have a better understanding of how your department works. And I really appreciate your leadership this year. I wanted to make a couple comments, and the first comment goes to the Highways Department. I represent Puna, and there's a state highway that goes through, and it's very unique, some of the problems that we have. And when it comes to safety, I gotta really commend Deputy Director Ed Sniffen, because he acted fast and took care of those safety concerns that I had. And I really appreciate his hard work. I also had an opportunity to work with the district engineer, Harry Takue. I can never say his last name right, so forgive me if I butcher it. He has been very helpful, especially during our Adopt a Highway program and trying to clean up the highways, as well as he did something that really surprised me and really made a big impact. And that is, right now we have Abesia problems on our roadways. And sometimes those Abesia trees doesn't fall onto state public lands. However, he communicated and pushed that pressure on the private property, and they actually took care of those albizia trees that was very adjacent to public highways. And I really appreciated him going above and beyond and taking care of those trees that was endangering pedestrians and drivers on the highway. So I really appreciate his effort. Just a big mahalo to the Highways Division and their efforts in my area. I wanted to make a comment to harbors. I know the deputy director is new, and I hope that you can take into consideration for the ag farmers on the Big Island, because when it comes to passage of goods and services, it really helps ag in particular in making sure that they have proper ways to be able to have that service to export their crops. So I really hope that you can really give them extra attention, because there's a lot of farmers on the Big Island that uses the harbor's services. And with airports, this, I know it's not your kuleana, but I want to make sure that if the federal government does give you the responsibility and be able to take on this issue, and it comes to the helicopters being able to, that flying too low, and being able to address those problems going to the community, I hope you will take that on and help out with that. I know most of the private helicopter pads are more on DLNR property, not necessarily an issue on your area. But when it comes to the airspace, I feel like it's one of those things that you do have a say in. And I just want to close with those comments. I don't have any questions. I know most of the leverage on federal funds are going to be addressed soon, and I hope we can really capture and utilize those monies effectively. So much mahalo.
All right. Thank you, Representative Ilagan, for those kind words for Department of Transportation. I'll go to Representative Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We have recently had a big project, DOT project on Kalaniano Ole Highway in Waimanalo, phase 1 in my district, and we're about to embark on phase 2. So I appreciate the investment and in our community. However, during the construction, I know everybody will be exceedingly grumpy. And there is an issue in phase 1. We have a median strip that has some royal palms or some other type of large palm in it. One of them is dead, and there's a lot of weeds at the base. And my community feels, whether they're right or they're wrong, they feel that that maintenance would never happen in another community. It's because it's Waimanalo, and that they wouldn't see that in Hawaii Kai or Kailua. And I just think that for the community to be better hosts of the next phase of the project, it would help if we maintain that median strip better, possibly replace the dead tree. And so I'd appreciate that. Mahalo.
Will do. Thank you.
And Representative Tan.
Hi, thank you so much. My question is for highways. My question is about the status update for the repaving and the work done on Ala Moana Boulevard. Do you know how much more needs to be done and what is completed, and when do we expect that to be completed? Thank you.
I'll get you the project schedule, Rep. Tam. I'll get you the project schedule through the chair.
Okay, but is at least most of it completed, or?
No, we're going from, so the repaving on that project is going from Nimitz, from Sand Island Access Road, all the way to the park. So there's significant amounts of work to be done still.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Yamashita.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This question is for Deputy Director Higashi. First of all, thank you very much and congratulations on all your good work. I went out to the Maka concourse. I've been walking around the airport because sometimes, I don't know, lately we had a couple delays, so I get time to walk around. But my question is, being that, I understand that you are one of the major drivers of the construction industry, the projects that you put out and you're doing good work and things like that. But as we all know, we have a supply chain issue. And to some degree, we have a workforce issue. And all, these types of problems where construction problems may be expensive to do in the immediate future. So do you have like a plan or, anything to maybe prioritize projects that are absolutely necessary, that are of high need at this time, and others that maybe are going to be expensive that we maybe delay it till the market stabilizes? Do you have any comment?
Yeah, so every year, what we do is we go through the list of projects that need to be done at the airport. However, we are cognizant of the cost of labor, the shortage, the cost of materials because of shipping and so forth. We expect some of these projects to be a little bit more costly than in the past due to the pandemic. However, we do have an airline lease agreement, which requires us anytime our estimate on a project exceeds 10%, we have to get that, confirmation or approval from the airlines, being a residual system, cost system here. So that's the control. Anytime the cost exceeds 10% of the project or the estimate, we need to go back to the airlines and let them know that, hey, this project the bids came in a little high or higher than expected. Are you folks willing to still pursue this project, because it will raise their rates and charges anytime projects go above what the estimates are.
Well, that's good. I appreciate that you have a mechanism in place, because this is the type of questions that I'll be asking most of the departments. And whether it is, in the past, we've always said that, is it a shovel-ready project? I think we're going to be looking if it's a shovel-worthy project, and to decide if we really absolutely need it at this time, or is it more of a want at this time. So we're going to be doing those types of assessment. But I appreciate that you have a mechanism in place, and maybe that'll help. Not every department has somebody that can go back to and check technically, I think that would be the legislature. So
yeah, so and for those that I know that you know this, but the residual system is where, if in the event there's a shortfall, the airlines need to pick up the slack. So that is the reason why we have to consult with them. Being an enterprise fund, being a residual cost system, we need to consult with them to make sure that they're willing to pay on and beyond what the estimated cost was for the specific project.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Pruso.
Thanks for the opportunity to ask another question. I have so many questions, but this question is about safe routes to schools. We just received that audit report, I think last week, and I was struck, and I don't know exactly whose department this falls under, but I was struck by the modesty of the proposal. And because I see safe routes to schools as one really important way that we can transform our transportation network. And in my community, it's not walkable. It's unsafe to walk on sidewalks in almost every part of the community. So safe routes to schools is a way that we can set ourselves up to receive federal funding to make our communities more walkable and therefore more livable, and kind of get to what I think Mr. Sniffen was talking about, kind of more localization of activity. So I'm wondering why it is that it's not more ambitious, the Safe Routes to School program.
The Safe Routes to School program that you see, there's two of them. There's a state program and there's a federal program. The state program was transferred to the legislature last year in oversight. And I think what you see in our budget is the reduction in highways, reduction in the highways program to move that funding over or out of the program. That was the 850,000 or so. So the way that program is funded is by tickets that are given by counties. And a portion of those tickets go into that program. That's how it was always funded. The federal program gets additional funding coming in, and that federal program is funded by USDOT specifically for seed money for programs and the like. So there's restrictions to both. We've never added monies to those programs per se, but we ran projects instead. So in general, the way those programs ran were either community members through nonprofits or the counties would request for funds from those programs and run projects from there. Historically, there's been concerns over the program, mainly because of the inability sometimes for the community members to deliver. It's just not something they do, right? They don't know the general processes or policies to use state or federal funding through those areas. So it's been difficult. All right, go ahead.
Great. So I've been very directly involved in that process and trying to get monies through the federal funding. So I'm very familiar with that. My question is really why we are not subsidizing that as a state. I know that it's a county responsibility, but if you look at the funding that we're using on the Safe Routes to School, it's all about activities and walking school buses, and which are important and create a culture of walking and riding bikes. But we are not, I think, maximizing our access to federal funds for really critical infrastructure. So I think that I'm asking you folks to work a bit more closely with the county. And I've also been told by the county folks and by state folks working in Safe Routes to Schools that they aren't willing to apply for the federal funds because there's a lack of capacity, not in the community, but in the county and state to really fulfill the goals of those grant applications. So I hear you, but I'm asking for some problem solving around this because I don't think the status quo around Safe Routes to Schools is acceptable.
This is what I'm saying, though. The problem solving is not to go through the Safe Routes to School programs, but program projects to get it done with state funding and federal funding. From my perspective, if you go through those programs, they're limited, not in capacity, but limited in the requirements. You'll see seed funding for programs from federal funding because that's what the program funds. We can't fund additional funding every year because the program doesn't allow it. So from my perspective, if we're looking at improvements in communities, then use state or county and federal funding that comes with it to do so. Each of the counties get additional funding from us through us from the federal government. So that funding can go towards projects in different communities for sidewalks, for pedestrians, for bicyclists. So that's my perspective. They should be pushed as projects versus just trying to go through this Safe Routes to School program.
So what you're saying is that you're willing to give money to the counties for this work?
The counties already receive monies.
I mean, additional monies, because they are not spending those monies on sidewalks.
And that's the thing. We don't direct the counties on what they do. We give them. So we give them.
I tried that. So maybe it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're always willing to. We always talk to the counties through their MPOs or through their county administrators and leaders to see what the needs are. The funding that we push per island is not necessarily only limited this much to the county and this much to the state. It's a bulk amount that we try to share throughout to ensure that we get to the priorities of the state. And this is me not me bashing counties or anything. I just want to make sure that everybody understands there's funds available. We just got to talk about it and see where we go.
Okay, maybe we can talk offline about this some more.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi, back to you.
Hi, Director, in your overview, you talked about position vacancies, and it seems that that varies greatly by division. And I think you said that Highways Division had 26% vacancy, which number one is high, and I suspect I know why, but I'm not sure at all. And that Harbors had something like 14% vacancy. I mean, that kind of, how would you say, difference between divisions seems to be exceptionally large. Why the difference?
Well, the actual vacancy rates, representative, varies at any given point in time because of
course.
numerous factors. The timing, also the recruitment process, and also the budget policies. Like there was a hiring freeze because of the Aloha Stadium. So which can affect the speed of filling the vacancies, depending on what those positions are.
Okay, I mean, that sounds like a non-answer. Maybe I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Or you can give me some comments offline. Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, I'm seeing none on Zoom. Chair, did you want to say something before we recess? Okay, well, thank you, Director and deputies, for the great oversight on DOT. And then for the information that was requested, please send it to Chair's office so we can disseminate to all the other members. But thank you again and enjoy the new year. And at this time, we will recess until 1:30, where we will take up HHSC, Department of Health, HHSC, not Department of Health, the whole thing, but just HHSC portion. So at that, we will be in recess. Thank you. So we are going to reconvene our finance info briefing with HHSC and Dr. Rosen. So welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch, good meal. So Happy New Year, Doctor. And, well, I'll turn it over to you here, and then you can proceed. I know we do have information that you provided us. So if you wanted to summarize, that'd be best. And we can continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. I can't see all who are present today, but thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. For those of you who may not know me, I'm Dr. Linda Rosen. I'm the CEO of the Hawaii Health Systems Corporation, also known as HHSC. And I hope you have had a chance to review the testimony that we submitted. And I'm just going to highlight some of the things that are in there. I think that related to our request, I hope you will have a chance to review some of the challenges and achievements that have occurred during the pandemic. As you can imagine, this has been a very challenging time for the public hospitals. But our budget request, I also want to note in the testimony that we've provided you, does represent the supplemental budget request for each of the HTH org codes, which fall under HHSC. But I will just be presenting the supplemental request for the regions and the corporate office. The org codes 210 and 212 and 213 are the ones that I'm referring to. Now, for these org codes, two of them represent ceiling. Those are ones that HHSC funds, but we do ask for ceiling to expend those funds. The primary code is HTH 212, which funds our regions, East Hawaii, West Hawaii, and Kauai. And we are very grateful for the support that was provided in last year's budget. We were funded for both years of the biennium. And that looked pretty good until we experienced the increase in the fringe benefit rate that was sent down to us this year. And that increase was 12% increase in the fringe rate on our personnel costs. And you may not know, but of course, the healthcare is very heavily high in personnel costs. And so that represents, personnel is about 70% of our operating budget. So an increase of 12% on 70% of our budget is very difficult for us to cover without assistance. Now we are doing okay this year, in large part to the hard work of everyone in pulling down our revenues, and also the federal assistance that has come with the pandemic. But for the coming budget year, for the supplemental budget, we would very much appreciate additional funding. And you'll see in the testimony a request for approximately $26.1 million in additional operating expense to cover this unfunded increase. And then we do have a modest request as well of approximately $1.9 million in CIP appropriations. So in summary, HHSC's facilities, we do appreciate the support that the legislature has provided, and it enables us to continue to provide high quality, accessible care to the neighbor island communities that depend on our services. So thank you for your time today and the opportunity to testify. Mahalo.
No, thank you for that. We also have Oahu region wanting to, we'll have Oahu region followed by Maui. So go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Sean Tanada on behalf of the Oahu region. My title for the record is Chief Administrative Officer. So a lot of the challenges by the Oahu region, kind of similar to HHSC and the other regions, we're all dealing with the COVID pandemic, and it's very concerning. We just want to keep our patients and residents safe. So there's been a lot of expenditures towards that, and in addition to the PPE, testing, vaccination, clinics, just trying to do whatever we can to keep all of our facilities, because as you all know, we're long-term care and we do have the most vulnerable residents who are the most susceptible to this pandemic. In any event, I'll jump straight to it because I know your time is valuable. We're not asking for anything in addition to what we received last fiscal year. We believe that we can manage to operate and end with the, of course, it'll end not ideally, but we would anticipate to end with a zero balance if we were to get our full request. And our full request simply represents exactly what we got last year. And the additional amount accounts, as Dr. Rosen said, for our fringe benefit. It did go up from 50.75%, which is more manageable by us. And then it went up to 62.78, which is what we were required to budget. So that's the only increase that we're asking for to account for the fringe benefit rate. I do note that we are asking for our funding, separate and apart from HHSC and not through DOH. I think everyone's aware that through Act 212 of last year's session, we are in a middle stage because the director from Act 212 is to work towards transitioning into the DOH outside of HHSC. So where we stand right now, we're not quite DOH, but we're not quite HHSC right now. So we have asked for our funding separate and apart from the regions. And I believe a new program ID code was established for us, and that's HTH 215. I'm available for any questions you may have, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, and then now we'll go to Maui Health System. Joyce.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Joyce Tamori, and I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Maui Health System. Mike Rembus, our CEO, sends his regrets as he's not able to make it today. He was called to address the County Council regarding the current surge. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to provide testimony for our 2023 budget appropriation request. Like the other agencies and organizations, we've had to overcome many challenges during this COVID pandemic. We continue to face operational and fiscal challenges, which have been exacerbated by the pandemic. As the only hospital on Maui, we have a responsibility to always maintain adequate staffing so that we remain operational and ready to serve our community's needs. The challenge is to keep up with the need for considerable pay and benefit increases to successfully recruit and retain staff. The rising cost of staffing is affecting hospitals and others across the country due to the ongoing public health emergency, and we are really feeling the pressure due to our very remote location. The contingent and temporary staffing has also become very difficult for us to source, and the costs have drastically increased due to housing crisis and ongoing public health emergency. This fall, we are entering into a wage reopener with our largest union group, while also entering into union negotiations with our other two groups this year for some new contract periods. And as others have mentioned, ongoing PPE supplies will continue to be required to help protect our staff, our providers, and additional costs related to COVID testing, and also the absentee rate amongst our staff due to COVID exposures are affecting our costs in order to be able to provide all the critical medical services here in Maui. For the current fiscal year of 22, we received an appropriation for our operating subsidy of $11.6 million in coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which were provided by the federal government under ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act. So while we were appropriated, less than our 19 million request, we understand the fiscal challenges that confronted the state due to the pandemic and appreciate the appropriation. What we encountered was that we had a significant challenge to meet the requirements as a subgrantee of the ARPA funds. It would require us to clearly identify and itemize services and expenses that may be attributable to and reimbursed by the ARPA funds versus services and expenses attributable to and reimbursed by other sources of payment and funding. So, our hospitals are reimbursed by for a wide spectrum of services from different payers on a daily basis. And so the funds must also be used for personnel, equipment, facilities that can't necessarily be attributed to COVID-related uses. You still have to be able to provide non-COVID related healthcare, especially here in on the island of Maui. So these factors really make it nearly impossible for us to make those distinctions required as a subgrantee of the ARPA funds. The risk that Maui Health System is that we would not be able to satisfy the federal terms and conditions as a subgrantee of the funds, could lead to possible recovery by the US Treasury and would be a liability. Fortunately, HHSC has graciously agreed to be the subgrantee of the 2022, this current fiscal year's ARPA funds, and to provide these funds to Maui Health System under its existing arrangement with HHSC in the state. And that's going to allow us to receive the funding and be treated as a contractor of the state. For the 2023 fiscal year, we're requesting an operating subsidy of 11 million in general funding, in general funds. By receiving the general funds, we avoid those legal risks and administrative challenges and will be immediately able to use the subsidy for our general operations, as opposed to just specifically for COVID, which was, we know, originally intended for this public-private partnership. So just really want to express our appreciation of the delegation for your continued support of the Maui Health System, and also able to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. So we will be going into Q&A with the members. So members, if you want to raise your virtual hand, and please understand that, Dr. Rosen with HHSC, but also Oahu region and Maui Health is somewhat separate. So if you have a direct question for the Oahu system or Maui system, then we can direct it appropriately. So members, any questions at this time? Representative Martin.
Hi, I had a question, just a follow-up on Act 212 from last year. Is there actually concrete action at Leahi Hospital in the planning stage for a transition to providing substance abuse treatment already? Or is that something that won't even start until the transition to Department of Health has been completed? Mahalo.
Thank you, Rep. Martin. This is Sean Sonata again. So yes, we have actually started a pilot program. It's no longer a pilot program, but it's called Palikana. This was done in tandem with the Department of Health and Care Hawaii. Not to be confused with the Care Hawaii triage. It's a separate company that does provide substance abuse rehabilitation treatment. We started off in this pilot program with, I think, 8 participants, and now we're at its full capacity given the given space, which is, I think, about 26 to 28 people. The nature of that is we take people who are either in the Hawaii State Hospital or who are in a separate facility, but still technically under the custody of the Department of Health. And then, or they could be on conditional release as well. And then we take the lowest acuity level, those who actually have a chance at reintegration into the community or to lower levels of care. And we bring them into the program. They're treated normally around 6 months, I think, is the average stay. And if possible, we can then either move for conditional release if they're not already there, so that they can go into a lower level facility. The whole purpose of initiating the plan in the first place was because the Hawaii State Hospital, prior to the completion of the new facility, was pretty overwhelmed. I think their census was at its cusp and even beyond at certain points in time. So by taking out the lower acuity people that didn't require such a high level and bringing them to our facility for treatment, then that opened up a slew of beds at the main facility and at a much lower cost. I think our cost per day, if I'm not mistaken, is something around 200 something, whereas at the state hospital is over $1,000. And I say we because it's not really just us. We operate more as the facilitator of the program from the land standpoint, because the Department of Health has their main contract with CARES Hawaii, but we help facilitate all the facilities and every issue that they have that pertain to their program, and also interactions between, trying to limit interactions between the main long-term care facility and theirs. They're located in a separate building. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
Morning. Linda, what was your operating loss for last fiscal year? And what would you expect your operating loss to be for this fiscal year, that is FY22?
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi, for that great question. But luckily, I don't have that off the top of my head, but Ed Chu is standing by, so maybe he'd be able to give you that off the top of his head. Ed, can you answer the representative's question?
Yes, just give me 1 minute and I will pull up the information. This year for fiscal year 22, we're anticipating, including Oahu region, as part of HHSC, we're anticipating about close to $51 million in a cash flow deficit after appropriation. As Dr. Rosen had mentioned earlier, we did receive significant amounts of federal funding from the Provider Relief Fund, Small Business Association Paycheck Protection Program, and some Medicare advance payments that helped us to build up enough working capital to absorb most of that. So we'll be able to make it through this year okay. So that's fiscal year 22. And you also asked about fiscal year 23?
No, 21.
Oh, 21, okay. 21.
Well, your website doesn't have the audited annual report for FY21. It shows $241 million operating loss for FY20. So I don't see how you're talking about a $50 million or $51 million cash flow deficit for FY23.
That is because the for fiscal year, actually that was for fiscal year 22. The difference is that the audited financial statements are on accrual basis, and they also include amounts projected for accruals for the pension and OPEB liability.
Oh.
So those artificially increase the amount of our losses quite a bit. If you look at if you take out those accruals, HHSC was operating at about 130, actually about $110 million in terms of operating loss during fiscal year 2021.
21. Uh-huh. Okay, later then. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions by the members? Okay. Bert, you had another question. Go ahead.
For Maui, is your $11 million request for FY23 separate from the CIP request? I assume it is.
That's correct. That's correct. That's just for the operating subsidy.
And the CIP stays at 6 million?
That's right.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think, as I recall, the transition to Maui started with a $33 million support. So you've gone from $33 million to $11 million in what? Is it 5 years now?
We'll be making 5 years in June of this year.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Rosen, Sean, Joyce, for the update. You sure, members? No other questions? All right. So we will be going into recess so we can transition from into DAGs. So recess. Thank you. We're going to reconvene our info briefing with Department of Accounting and General Services this afternoon. Up, we have Comptroller Kurt Otoguro.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, and of course, special acknowledgement to Chair Luke. Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Kurt Otoguro, State Comptroller and Director of the Department of Accounting and General Services. Just to start off, on behalf of Deputy Comptroller Audrey Hidano and our staff at DAGS, we want to thank all of you for your continued support and guidance. We do appreciate the legislature's continued collaboration and sharing of ideas to tackle our state's combined strategic initiatives. The time has really gone by. We're in the fourth year of Governor's final term, second term. And while we look back, we've accomplished a lot, but we anticipate 2022 to continue to be another exciting year. We're encouraged by the state's economic recovery and tax collection trends. I had some statistics from a NASCO organization that indicated that Hawaii ranked 6th in the US measuring states' economic momentum growth, and that would be measured with personal income growth, employment growth, and population growth. Hawaii also led the US for state economic growth in 2020, comparing November to November, at about 8.4%. So our jobs have come back. The national average by comparison across the US was about 3.9%. But the pandemic will continue to linger, and it has taught us to be patient and flexible. And we continue to monitor CDC guidelines to keep our state facilities safe, and we'll continue to do that and work with the legislature to make sure that the state capitol is also secure and safe. But what I would just paraphrase and say, the global pandemic has created a unique opportunity for both executive branch and the legislative branch to work really closely together and collaborate because we have precious resources, but collectively we can do a lot. And of course, we really appreciate the Finance Committee for engaging with DAGS to find workable solutions. So we really appreciate that, as well as your long-term vision to make the state more efficient. Just a few things to look in the rearview mirror for 2021. DAGS turned over the state-of-the-art Hawaii State Hospital in Kaneohe first quarter of last year, and we are working with the Department of Health to operationalize that hospital now. I'm proud to say that we completed the 2021 annual comprehensive financial report on time this year or last year. And you know that the AFRA consolidates financial statements across all state agencies as of the end of the fiscal year 2021. And then also that report is used to highlight our credit worthiness and financial strength of the state. I would say that not all states completed their AFRA on time, and it is affecting their credit status. Another project that has been in the works for quite a while now is the new Aloha Stadium Entertainment District, also referred to as NACID, and that certainly got a lot of attention in 2021. We were able to issue RFQs to interested bidders and got back and selected top 3. We also issued the RFQ for the real estate portion of the NACID project, and I've also gotten back some strong responses. We were disappointed, and I know that a lot of people were counting on us to issue that RFP for the stadium on 12/15 of December last year, but we're committed to issue this stadium RFP by the end of this month on 1/31/22, and the real estate project shortly thereafter. But we're going to count on the House Finance Committee to support the project in the remaining CIP funding that was committed, because that'll be critical to the project's overall success. We also initiated a capital district security system upgrade, working with public safety to expand the sheriff's capacity to monitor virtually and patrolling virtually, since we don't have sufficient resources. So the combination of viewing cameras across the Capital District, improving lighting for employees and the public remains our focus for this coming year and that project is in progress as we speak. You all know that we finished the second phase of the payroll modernization project with time and leave, deployed over 3 groups across the state. The end result, Vice Chair, is that the state no longer processes 80,000 paper-based leave requests a month. So we went from paper to electronic. That's very efficient. And so I just want to summarize by saying that we appreciate all of the DAG staff. I do. Many have gone through the pandemic without going home. Special thanks to maintenance and janitorial staff who never show up to work every day to keep our premises proper. A budget request for the supplemental fiscal year 2023 operating budgets were carefully deliberated and prioritized, and we've submitted it to you for your consideration. I'd like to highlight a few things. For some of the members, House members, just a little bit of a commercial on DAGs. We have approximately 755 authorized permanent positions and 37 temporary positions or employees working in 22 divisions, offices, and agencies. And we have 25 program IDs in the major areas. So I'd like to highlight a few of our budget requests for your consideration. So our operating budget is $189.8 million for fiscal year 2022, and we are requesting $228.9 million in fiscal 2023, and we'll explain some of the increases. The CIP budget is $37.6 million in fiscal year 2022 and $68.4 million in 2023. Of our request, we're asking to fill approximately 36.75 positions with an average base salary of $2.3 million. As you know, when we went through the budget season last year, many of our vacancies were defunded and many positions were actually eliminated. So we are asking the legislature and the House Finance to consider establishing these positions that were previously eliminated, simply because we're a central agency and we service many departments statewide. And so we need the people to continue to do our work. On a line item basis, a few of the large items. First is a $1.22 million request for annual maintenance contracts for our new accounting system that was approved last year or 2 years ago. The state has invested $17 million to upgrade its accounting platform, as well as modules that will benefit the budget and finance area in contracts management, grants management, bond tracking, what have you. So the state has selected an SAP platform. SAP stands for Systems, Application, and Products. It's a software company out of Germany that was incorporated in 1972. We are going to a cloud-based application thanks to the leadership of ETS. And the systems integrator that was selected is LSI Consulting, and LSI stands for Labyrinth Solutions, Inc. They have a North America branch, but they're headquartered in UK, a very strong company. In addition to the $1.22 million annual contract, and so that on an annual basis, once it's converted, we'll have to pay maintenance for that. We are asking for another $805,000 in consulting contracts for DAG specifically. So as related to the project, we are doing a new uniform chart of accounts and implementing that. And that will be a significant step forward for the entire state to standardize how we account for our expenses. And it expands the ability for us to keep track of expenses in a much more granular way that currently today we don't. So that's an important part. As part of that process, we're going to obviously re-engineer processes, draft manuals, and all these things. So DAG's accounting needs assistance to do that because we just have staff running day to day. On the public works side, we are asking to restore funding for 10 defunded positions, totaling $758,650. And we're also asking for 6 months funding for a proposed real property branch. So last year, Public Works was not immune to the defunded. They had 12 defunded. So we're asking for 10 back to keep the longer term viability for Public Works in general, as well as the RMM project statewide. They need the positions, and where they have the positions, they need the funding simply because they anticipate a lot of retirements as well as resignations. It's a competitive market, as we all know, and so we need the ability to hire and pay accordingly. The proposed real property branch will sit within Public Works, and that will be consolidating our leasing branch with some members of planning, the planning branch of Public Works, but it also will require 4 new FTEs to support the additional responsibilities that were given to DAGs when the legislature passed Act 219. And that relates to better office space management and basically to reduce the state leases by 10% before July 1st, 2026. You will see a large request in risk management, and that's $17 million for an increase in insurance premiums. So what you may not know is that insurance coverage is a global insurance industry. And so that industry has suffered, as we all know, catastrophic losses due to climate change, floodings, earthquakes, fires, typhoons, you name it. The world has had a lot of recovery, and insurance companies around the world have felt it in terms of reimbursing those claims. The Pacific region alone has seen insurance pricing changes range between 17 and 35% just between last quarter 2020 to third quarter 2021. The increases in cybersecurity insurance that we've been reading about has also increased 14% over the last year in the US. It's unfortunate, it's a hard market. Our premiums, to give you a little bit of perspective, the total state premiums we paid for property insurance, liability, crime, and cyber averaged about 12 million. In 2020, that increased 25% to 15 million. In 2021, the premiums increased again almost a little over 28% to 19.3 million. So we anticipate that this coming fiscal year is going to increase another 9% to 21 million. It's unfortunate, but that is just the nature of the risk management and insurance business today. But what we are doing is we've engaged with our insurance partner, Marsh & McLennan, to study other options for feasibility to establish a captive insurance structure or other means so that we can cover the state's risk. This is getting out of hand, basically. On the ETS front, we have 1.27 million for identity services. And CIO Murdoch can probably explain this better, but basically this is identity services that's going to enable public access for state programs through a single login person process. And so it's going to enhance digital service delivery, reduce costs and fraudulent claims. So he's asking for 2 FTEs there to expand his cybersecurity team to safeguard the systems that we have in place. They're doing a great job, but as we all know, cybersecurity is something we cannot rest on. So I'd like to thank our administrators and DAGs for their continued strong support in the last year and look forward to finishing up this fiscal year strong. I'd like to acknowledge my ASO team, Mei Ling Silliman, Cassie Toyofuku, and Miyoki Ing for their extra long hours to complete this year's budget request. So my team and I are available to answer any questions that you may have regarding our budget submission for this year. So thank you for your consideration, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Comptroller. I know you mentioned ETS as Doug's stuff. Doug, did you want to add anything to what Comptroller mentioned? Or you're okay with that?
Hi, this is Doug Murdoch from ETS. If I could just quickly explain the single sign-on concept. Right now,
go ahead.
Right now, citizens have IDs for all the different systems that we have in the state. For example, somebody would have an unemployment insurance ID. They could also have a disability compensation ID and a human services ID for their different programs. And we want to make it so that every citizen has one unified ID for any of the state services that they want to use. So that's the proposal there, is to create that single sign-on process to reduce fraud and improve security in the login process for citizens of the state.
Cool. Okay, thank you for that, Doug. I know we have State Foundation on Culture and the Arts.
Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan.
Aloha, Rep. Cullen. Okay, our only ask this year is not for additional funding, but for a deputy director position, because the director supervises 7 people. And so we'd like to actually ask for a deputy and a museum director for High Sam. And ours are not actually asking for more money because we'll take it out of our federal funding and our special funding. And we actually really enjoy all the support you guys have been giving us over the last couple of years in a really difficult time. So mahalo to you guys. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to Stadium Authority.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm bringing up my notes here. So the stadium does not have any budgetary requests for this year, and I know Comptroller did touch on the NASED project. I'm also happy if you'd like to give kind of an update of where we stand today operationally, if that would be of interest.
Okay.
So the stadium is in a transitionary phase. You may recall that the original plan was for us to continue operating the stadium until the new stadium was ready. And that plan changed almost 1 year ago today based on 2 key factors. The first obviously was the impact of the pandemic and the restrictions on hosting events, which obviously impacted our bottom line. And the second was I guess I'll call it a laundry list of deferred maintenance items, in particular the structure of the facility. And because certain structural repairs were not completed, the structural engineers assessed that we should not allow, fan-based events into the facility. Not knowing when this pandemic might end or when funding might be available for those repairs, our board made a very difficult decision last year to pivot away from that original plan, which again was to operate until the new stadium was ready, and to allow for decommissioning of the facility and for an early demolition of the stadium in order to facilitate the new construction. And I will add that there are some benefits in that for the NASED project, and that without having a structure in place, it's actually cheaper to build new. And there are also some infrastructure costs by not having the stadium in place. The strategy obviously was to save money by not spending on a facility that was basically shuttered, and to focus our efforts on generating revenue using our available assets, which are primarily our parking lot, and working on that transition to NASED. With that, our board did task us as management to develop a new operational model, a new paradigm shift, again, away from that service delivery model that we've used for the last 46 years, and really focus on planning and administrative matters related to NASED, as well as to focus on generating revenue with our swap meet and other parking lot events. A key caveat to that is that it needs to be financially solvent, which it will be. And we are in progress on implementing that new operational model. So I'll pause there, and if there's any specific questions, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, so I'll ask all the attached agencies after they wanted to say something, and then I'll go back to Q&A for the whole group. That way we'll take it one at a time. So next we'll have Election Commission.
Good afternoon. We don't have any budget requests, but we would just like to thank you for your support, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Scott. And then campaign spending.
Oh, good afternoon. We don't have any budget requests either, but happy to respond to any questions that you might have. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too. Access Hawaii Committee. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if we have anybody on that.
Yeah. And then do we have King Kamehameha Celebration Commission, if they had anything? Anything, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to speak on their behalf.
Yes, could you?
Yeah, they've moved in with us, and it's great to have Hanai group like KKCC. No, it's worked out fine. And they have no budget requests. I know that.
Okay. Thank you. And then State Procurement Office.
Good afternoon, Rep. Cullen and members of the committee. The State Procurement Office is requesting reinstatement of 2 defunded positions, a purchasing specialist 6 and a management analyst. The purchasing specialist 6, this position previously supervised the electronic procurement and specialized services section, which includes e-procurement or HIPRO, Hawaii Compliance Express, better known as HCE, which is the online compliance application, the Hawaii Awards and Notices Database System, which is an application that all executive branch agencies post all awards and notices that are not electronically posted, the Procurement Wizard, the online procurement manual. In addition, this section handles the state's P-card program, intrastate car rental, and interstate airline contract. Last year, with the passage of Act 88, it's requiring SBO to design, develop, and implement a past performance database system, which we are diligently working on. In addition to all of that, we are in the process of evaluating for a new procurement automation system, which will include an e-marketplace and a comprehensive e-procurement system. This will be a huge challenge affecting all executive departments, and we need a strong supervisor to keep the project moving forward, not only for this project, but for all the previous systems and applications to improve efficiency improvements. Right now, we only have 2 people in that section to handle all of this, so we do need a supervisor to oversee all of that. The second position is the reinstatement of the management analyst. We find that this is a critical position because they are their main point of contact for managing our agency's budget, handling vendor payments, tracking our payroll and other expenses, accessing proprietary financial systems, and keeping track of our legislative measures. Last year, we tracked 200 of them. And we also respond to fiscal and budget inquiries from not only the state legislature, but from budget and finance, and administering and handling all confidential and personnel issues, including staff appraisals, training, and other human resources subjects. Because there's no one else in any other positions with similar duties in the SBO, we are struggling to keep up with all these critical functions, and we ask for your consideration in not only reinstating our management analyst, but our e-procurement supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Enhanced 911 Board want to say anything?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
We can.
My name is Courtney Tagupa. I'm the Executive Director of the Enhanced 911 Board. We are proud to say that we continue our we've been self-sustaining since our inception, and at this moment we don't have any budget requests, but we're open for any questions you may have.
Thank you. And then we have Office of Information Practices, Cheryl.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
For once, we don't have a budget request, supplemental budget request, so I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Okay. Comptroller, I think that's everyone, or mostly. So, sorry, members, we'll go into questions at this time. So raise the virtual hand and then ask your question, and then we can get the proper person to answer it to the best of the ability. So members, at this time, are there any questions? So we have a Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hello, Comptroller. I just have clarifying questions regarding the cybersecurity safeguards team. It's my understanding that you're requesting $80,000 for 2 positions to expand this program/team. I'm just curious how big this current program/team is as it stands.
I'll let CIO respond. We have Vince Wong, who is excellent and leading that cybersecurity team. But Doug, you want to answer that?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to answer it. We have 10 people on the cybersecurity team right now, but what we're trying to do is give more support to the departments. So historically, ETS doesn't protect departments directly in their cybersecurity. These two people would be subject matter experts who could advise departments and analyze their systems to make sure that they don't have weaknesses.
A follow-up on that, I'm just curious as to, I mean, for me, it makes sense to have a centralized cybersecurity system for all departments. Is there a specific reason why this responsibility is delegated to each individual department? Are their systems not compatible, or are they just too unique?
I think it's just the history of the way IT has been run in Hawaii, that things are generally decentralized and each department has its own authority. But in areas like networking and cybersecurity, ETS is trying to play a stronger role because we know that we're only as strong as our weakest link.
Understood. Just out of curiosity, if you don't have the information right now, maybe you could get to me later. How many cybersecurity incidents were there in the previous year of 2021?
We can get you more information. It depends on how you define an incident. So
Appreciate
we have thousands of attempts to penetrate our network every second. But an incident is normally a successful, intrusion into the network, and I don't think we have any that we could classify as successful intrusions.
Thank
But
you.
we can
No
give you
further
some more
questions.
details. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
Hi. Director, could you tell me a little bit about the insurance premiums? The numbers that you gave, were they $21 million just for cybersecurity insurance?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative Kobayashi. The state actually, and I'll ask Krishi Kitooka to also explain, but the state has basically 4 types of insurance policies or coverages. We have property insurance, as we know. We have excess liability insurance. We have crime insurance, and we have cyber liability insurance. So we have 4 main streams of insurances. The combination of all of those, the premiums will be $21 million this year. So cyber, as an example, prior to this past year, we had approximately $50 million coverage on a combined policy aggregate, and 5 carriers covered that. So we had each taking about a $10 million cut from the exposure. This year, just to show you how bad the insurance company is, Tracy has been negotiating with Marsh to find carriers to cover the state. And the good news, I would tell you, that the premiums have been lowered by $909,000 to $650,000 a year. That's great, right? But the coverage that they agreed to went from 50 million to 5 million. That's unacceptable. That's ridiculous, right? No sense paid.
Hilarious.
So that's why we need to take another hard look at what we're doing here. Just that we need time to evaluate. And Tracy's on the line. Tracy, you want to add anything?
Yeah, and so the hard market that we're in for insurance right now really affects all lines of insurance. In my career in insurance, I've never seen all the lines get affected so badly. Usually it's, one hurricane on the mainland and we see the property insurance goes up and liability stays down. But this recent hard market, and we're faced with, all kinds of different exposures like COVID and all types of litigation, not just property insurance, but liability insurance too. We've been hit hard with not the state, but globally and domestically in the US. There have been a lot of nuclear verdicts that all these insurance companies have to pay for. And we see that in the market where a lot of the insurance companies are hesitant on trying to insure state government entities, county entities. So there's been a lack of insurers out there to protect municipalities. So that combined, the losses The insurers pulling out of covering a lot of this new exposures that they're not used to, like cyber, that is a result of raised premiums and restricted coverages.
I mean, in past years, we've talked about going self-insurance route, perhaps decreasing our coverage. I think that was particularly related to property insurance. Are those background investigations or discussions still ongoing?
Yeah, and every year when we renew the insurance policies, that's always taken into account as far as the coverages we get and the premiums we pay up front.
Oh, okay.
I've been kind of hesitant to try and pull all insurance off the board. Right now for property, we have $200 million in coverage. I hate to just pull all that out and when hurricane comes in next year and, we'll have no coverage. And so, we'll continue looking at that. We are looking into ways of trying to save money, such as a captive insurance structure. And also, I know Kurt alluded to how the legislature worked with us in the past, and in the legislative session of 2017, we helped the Risk Management Office go ahead and pass Act 62, which helped us buy insurance on a flat fee basis instead of on commission. And from fiscal year 18 till now, we saved nearly $8.5 million in commission because we're paying flat fee instead of the average commission. So, just avenues like that, we're looking at how we can try to manage our risk and how we finance that exposure from the state.
Thank you very much.
Let me also add, Representative Kobayashi, that last year, Tracy's department or unit actually absorbed the lack of a budget. And so he kind of dug into his own fund without any appropriations. And so we paid for insurance with reserves, so to speak. And that's why this coming fiscal year, we need to replenish that, at least in the short term, so that we can continue on for now. But we need to do some good analysis.
Thank you. Representative Caruso.
Aloha, this question is for Dags, and I had to step away for a minute, so I hope this wasn't already asked, but I know that you folks managed the repair and maintenance for schools, especially on the neighbor islands. And I'm wondering, in this transition to the School Facilities Authority, what role you're playing now, currently, like what does that transition look like?
Thank you for the question, Representative Caruso. Honestly, I don't know what that transition is going to look like. So DAG supports the neighbor island schools with construction management. And so the DOE continues to prioritize their major construction projects, funded selection of the consultants or the contractors, developers, but then DAGS does the construction management aspect. We also have staff on each island to do what we call repair and maintenance, right? So we have work orders that are basically fix it, plumbing, electrical, painting, those kinds of odd jobs that happen every day. And so our staff goes around the various facilities to do that. But in terms of SFA, we have not had any open dialogue with DOE at this time. We had preliminary discussions last year with Alan Oshima and Assistant Superintendent Tanaka and Deputy Director Sniffen to begin those discussions, but nothing ever came of that.
Okay, and so just quick follow-up. So the backlog, from what I remember, a couple years ago was almost $1 billion. And I'm wondering what proportion of that is on the neighbor islands. And that's just repair and maintenance, right? Those are just like basic.
Yeah, I don't have those statistics. I know that our central services area maintained a list of all the backlog by island. We can get that to you.
I would very much appreciate that. Thank you.
By island. So
I'll put my email in the chat.
And then Representative Bruce, that's only DOE related backlog, right, for schools?
Correct. And
Okay.
DAGS only manages for the neighbor islands, so it would
Yeah,
only
yeah, no, I know that. I
Yeah,
just wanted to make
okay.
sure because Kurt then will get you all the backlog
Oh,
for
no,
all
thank you.
facilities. So I just wanted to clarify that
I
part.
only care about the
Be-
DOE.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Okay.
And then Representative Martin.
Hello, Chair. I have a question about the Stadium Authority. Now that the demolition is being moved up, was expenditures to cover that already set aside? And how do we manage recycling, like all that metal? And does a lot of the stadium end up in a landfill? Or what is the process like of getting rid of a stadium?
Thank you, Rep. Martin. That's a very good question. I know that our administrator, Chris Kinimak, is on board. That demolition cost will be factored into the project. But Chris, you want to address that question that Rep. Martin had?
Mahalo, Comptroller Tagoro, Representative Martin. The demolition would be part of the stadium RFP that we'll be issuing. The demolition itself would be something that we're going to work out with the developers. We're very much aware that there are some restrictions on landfill space. So we really have to look at salvageable materials, recycling, and creative solutions for what we can do with the demolition debris. I think we have a benefit of having a 98-acre site. So we could hold some of that debris until future development, but definitely that's something we're going to be working on with the industry as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yes, that's Representative Martin's plug for us to like buy your orange seat or blue or, you know, faded red seat. But yeah, get a piece of the stadium, everybody. Hello, stadium. Chris will let us know, Kimata. But we'll go to Representative Kobayashi next.
Can we choose which piece of the stadium we take home? For Comptroller, there is a sheet in our budget that is entitled Estimated Deferred Maintenance Costs. Do you folks put this together or does DAGS put it together? I mean, BNF put it together.
Which table are you referring to?
It says Form DMC. It's located on page 1420. Anyway,
yeah,
don't have to answer that.
I'll find out.
This table is a pile of junk. The numbers change so greatly from one year to the other. Obviously, you know, the numbers are being made up. I mean, University of Hawaii last year said that they had 0 to report. And so somebody either take this seriously or just eliminate this page, especially if it's your department that's putting it together.
Yeah, Representative, we do that. And our engineers and central services take care of the 70 facilities. And so they do have a list that they prioritize. And unfortunately, there are more demands than there are funding, as you well know. And so they have a very rigid and consistent way to measure high priority items, and they rank those as 10 all the way down to 1. And Administrator Shimomura will tell you that most likely he will never get below a 10 in these things. And so they're all stuck. And the only way it gets fixed is when it breaks.
Right. But I mean, the numbers on the table seem to vary so much that from year to year that it seems that it's almost whimsical. The definitions definitely differ between department to department as to what is deferred maintenance. And of course, it would be good to catch up, but there never has been a program, it seems, to catch up with deferred maintenance. That is, you know, a statewide program to catch up with deferred maintenance. Maybe it's a lost cause.
Right.
Anyway, that's more a comment, don't have to.
Thanks, Bert. That's why we do the hard job, Bert. Better help the departments out here. Members, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Comptroller, and everyone else for providing us with that good insight again. Looking forward to a great session. Happy New Year. Any final words, Comptroller, before I recess?
Vice Chair, we really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to this coming session. As I said before, it only works well when we work together and collaborate. So thank you. Mahalo.
And then I just want to send mahalo again to, you mentioned it, but in the custodial staff and all the workers that kept us open while we continue to deal with the pandemic. So thank you for all that help you guys provide us and all the people in the state of Hawaii. So thank you. With that, I will go into recess so we can have the exciting budget and finance team present as our final department. So we'll go into recess. Thank you. We are going to reconvene our informational briefing today with Budget and Finance Director, and then we'll go to ERS, EUTF, and then Public Defender's Office. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Happy New Year. And it's not that long ago that we saw you, Craig, just the other day. But please, we did, just for edification, we do have, your written material. I believe members did look at it. So if we can kind of summarize, we don't need to read it word for word. We can go there. I know it's still early in the afternoon, but I don't want to go until late into the afternoon unless we have great questions from our members to get to be edified here. So Director Harai, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullen and committee members. I'm Craig Harai, the Director of Finance. Just to review our strategic objectives for BNF and its attached agencies. BNF works collaboratively with stakeholders to produce a thoughtful, well-developed and balanced budget. We plan and direct and coordinate the state's investments and financing programs, maintain sufficient controls over the use of federal funds, reduce bond issuance costs, and effectively manage debt service payments. ERS does the statewide retirement benefits program for state and county employees, and UTF administers health and life insurance benefits for eligible state and county active and retired employees. Office of Public Defender provides effective legal services while managing caseloads. Our performance measures are available online in our variance report document and in the fiscal biennium budget. As you know, current statewide conditions and impacts on our operations are constant. And we are going to reconvene our information briefing today with Budget and Finance.
You got a little delay there. Sorry, broadband in the state is improving though. So go ahead, Director, again.
Okay, there's significant risks that could inhibit the state's economic recovery, among them Omicron, and we continue to respond to challenges presented by the pandemic on a regular basis. Our budget requests are necessary for the department to manage the state's major fixed cost requirements, which include debt service, retirement benefits, including pension accumulation and Social Security Medicare payments for state employees, and payments for the employer's share of health fund premiums. The department also requests funding for the annual required contribution for OPEB and other departmental budget priorities. The department does not have any identified federal programs that may lose federal funds. Non-general funds under HRS 3747 are also available on our website. Our fiscal year 2023 priorities highlights are adjustments for funding levels for non-discretionary fixed costs, including debt service, retirement benefits, pension accumulation, etc. Also, our salary increases, which were recommended by the 2019 Commission on Salaries, which were suspended, but which are scheduled to come online on January of 2023, midway through the fiscal year. Also, there were problems with the vacation payouts appropriated last year from ARPA funds. The problem there is there's a question of whether ARPA funds can be used to provide benefits for services provided before March of 2020. So what we're recommending here is that we lapse the V funds for 22 and 23 and appropriate replace the 23 appropriation with general funds. Also, we're requesting 33 million in ARPA funds for a required match for under the Federal Infrastructure Act, which should give us the Infrastructure Act should give us 100 million, at least 100 million in federal funds, and we need to have a 25% match. So 25% of 133 is 33 million, and the feds allow us to use ARPA funds or V funds to cover that match. Also, we are requesting to add 109 million of ARPA CIP funds and 5.7 million of ARPA CIP funds for broadband administration. The 109 is for broadband projects for under the ARPA CIP program. Now that the guidelines have come out for the ARPA CIP program, it's pretty clear that it should be used primarily for broadband. And therefore, we're recommending that the amounts appropriated for CIP and V funds in last session's budget, be lapsed, and that these amounts be appropriated to us to hold, because the author of the grant agreement for the 5.7 million hasn't been sent to us yet, and we won't get the administration funds until they send us the grant agreement and we sign it. Once we get that, we'll proceed on the plan for the broadband CIP, ARPA CIP, but we have to submit a plan by middle of next year, next summer, probably, well, after session, and then they will prove it project by project.
10 years ago on model averaging as a strategy.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Continue with your highlights there, Craig. It's fine.
Right. So, and we won't get release of those funds. They'll look at the plan and they'll release the funds project by project. So we're suggesting that you appropriate it to a holding account in BNF, pending whatever types of oversight you want to put on those funds during session. In terms of the operations of BNF, again, like many state agencies, we have vacant unfunded positions and positions that were eliminated in the last couple of years that we would request to be refunded or reinstated. The Administrative and Research Office is requesting one full-time IT band position, and the ASO would like his secretary back. The Budget Program Planning and Management Division requests to reestablish the Capital Improvement Project Program branch, which we will need to effectively handle the deployment of tax-exempt and taxable bond proceeds to projects, and to monitor them once the project is completed until the bonds are paid off. The requirements for the use of taxable and tax-exempt bonds are getting significantly more complex since the time that the branch was eliminated. And now you can, if you plan it right, you can use taxable geo bonds and tax exempt geo bonds on the same project if you monitor compliance. And it gets to be a lot more complicated, but I think it'll be worth it because we want to maximize the use of tax exempt bonds to the extent that we can, and have mixed use projects that have some private use, but there are ways that we can allocate that, but we've got to monitor it going forward. So I think when you talk about public-private ventures or leasing state facilities to private parties, that sort of thing, this will be very effective. Well, this will be necessary if that's what we want to do in the future. BPPM is also requesting 2 full-time program budget analyst positions. The collective bargaining staff of BPPM is actually just one person who is eligible to retire. And I think it would be prudent to provide a backup and assistant for that person to train. Also, the technical staff consists of one person who is eligible to retire. And again, it would be urgent to train somebody to stand in for them if necessary. Also, the Financial Administration Division is asking, I think, $50,000 for consulting services, again, for the to help them integrate their functions with the new financial management system that is led by ETS and DAGs, and also to adjust some of their position compensation, because I think last session there was a vacant position in unclaimed property, which is trust funded. And what happened was the general fund appropriation for FAD was cut, as opposed to the special fund, the trust fund appropriation. So FAD is short that amount of money. And then I think the ERS is requesting a 1 full-time investment accountant position, which they can explain when you call them. So I think the priority budget request deemed necessary to meet targeted departmental program needs include a request for general funds of $355 million, for other post-employment benefits pre-funding in FY23. Although Act 229 suspended OPEB pre-funding, there's nothing to preclude the state from voluntarily making an OPEB contribution. And I think you have, well, the department's 2023 operating budget represents a net increase of $360 million. And then the general fund is increased by $336 million. You should note that 98% of the FY23 budget is for non-discretionary statewide expenses, and only 2% is for expenses associated with direct departmental operations, including those of the attached agencies. And specific additional information is available through our attached agencies who are standing by for your inquiries. That concludes my departmental-wide presentation, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for highlighting and giving us the overview. So we'll move to ERS, Tom Williams.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Collin, members of the committee. This is Tom Williams. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Well,
So,
well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
As Director just suggested, as Director Harai suggested, the ERS has two critical, but I think fairly modest requests. We have a request for the addition of a position, as well as the provision of a database. The position relates to an investment accounting position. Our accounting operations have not kept pace with the growth of our investment program. When I got here, and actually well prior, I guess over 10 years ago, we've not added a single person to our accounting office, and obviously that's been very deliberate, but our investment program has more than doubled in the time in that same period. And it's gotten to be significantly more complex. It's global in its nature. It has significant range of investments, including a growing private component that requires account openings and capital calls and the like. And we just don't have that experience and resource in our existing accounting operations. And the absence thereof imposes inefficiencies and risks, quite frankly, because there are all kinds of compliance requirements, regulatory, both domestic US regulations as well as international. As you know, we invest globally. So we're asking for one investment accounting position, level 5, in order to interface with our investment operations and to assure compliance with these regulatory requirements, as well as the account opening, capital call, and other processes. The other item that you have a write-up on includes a database. There are several that are out there, but the one that our investment operations is most interested in is called Burgess, and it largely focuses on private investment opportunities. It's a massive and very dynamic universe of opportunities. This gives us information that's actionable that will help our investment organization make decisions in the selection of managers. And a significant aspect of the firm's organizations investment performance, which has been stellar in the last several years, is due to manager selection. So this will improve the timeliness, accuracy, and effectiveness of our ability to select managers for inclusion in our portfolio. So that represents the change to our budget for this particular fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. So we'll go to Derek with UTF.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Here at EUTF, we don't have any additional budget requests this coming year. I just want to thank you guys for your support over the years, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And then I wanted to give the opportunity to Public Defender Office. James, if you're, I think I see you.
Oops. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and Happy New Year. Our office, we don't have any supplemental budget requests at this time, but we are here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So members, that's all presenters. So members, are there any questions for anyone? Just raise your virtual hand and then I can call on you. Okay, Representative Martin. You got to unmute.
Slow learner, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I have a question about our investment strategy, and I wonder if there are internal conversations or conversations with the administration about divesting from fossil fuels, given our state's strong commitment at the highest levels to transitioning away from fossil fuels ourselves. And if those discussions are happening for new investments, not to yank out past investments prematurely, I wonder if there are any internal objections and what they might be. Thank you.
Vice Chair, are you prepared for me to attempt a response?
Yes, Tom, please respond to
Oh, yeah,
Representative Martin's questions.
Yes, I'd be pleased to. The pension fund historically and most public pension plans have had significant investments in fossil fuels and oil, coal, and other energy producing aspects and the like. However, because of climate change and sea rise and a whole variety of reasons, there's been a dramatic move away from investments in fossil fuels. It isn't accomplished obviously overnight, and I think we're going to be, as a nation and as a world, dependent on fossil fuels for some numbers of years into the future, but at a dramatically reduced level. We work very closely with the administration and take very seriously and support the state's move toward renewable energy. And we've made considerable investments in renewable energy sources. And we have been on a steady path of reducing our exposure to fossil fuels. I believe we have about 1/100th of our portfolio now invested in fossil fuels. They've actually, that modest exposure, I will tell you, has performed quite well for us. And many of these fossil fuel companies are leading the way, in fact, toward renewable energies. But we are not making new investments in fossil fuels. We have no investments in coal. That's one of the dirtiest producers of CO2. And the holdings, actually, the number of holdings we have had in fossil fuel industry and oil and gas and exploration has declined, in spite of the fact that value actually has gone up with the markets of the few holdings that we have. But we will be monitoring those regularly, and as appropriate, we'll be moving away from them and will not be making more. But they are de minimis. They represent probably 6 to 8 or 10% of the average pension funds holdings, and they're well less than 1% of ours because we're consciously reducing our exposure.
Thank you.
Hi, for EUTF, when we look at, say, the public markets, like the stock market, we invest in passive index funds. So whatever the index is, we do have exposure through those index funds. We are internally, looking at whether some of these new index funds, where they may take more of a sustainable focus, whether they would make sense from a fee standpoint as well as a long-term expectation on returns. So we are internally looking at those items.
I appreciate that work that you folks are doing in that direction. I wonder if there comes a point where it makes sense to take credit for that commitment that you folks have made. I know Maine committed to no new fossil fuel investments, and then we could be possibly an inspiration to other states at some point along the way.
Well, I don't know if that in fact is a suggestion or a question. We have not made such a commitment at this juncture, but I know that there is no expectation that we're going to be making investments in fossil fuels into the future. But I think that there's been a principle underlying that, we try to do what's right for the plan and what's in the best interest of our members. And I think it's truly in our interest not for us to invest in fossil fuels. So we've attempted to avoid saying we'll only invest in this or only invest in that, because at least hypothetically, it could prove not in our members' best interest and violate our fiduciary responsibility to operate only in that, because the federal tax laws and otherwise make it very clear that while we can weigh some of these environmental, social, and governance and other factors, that the return factors and the interest of assuring the stability of the fund and the payment of the benefits is a priority. So if we make concessions that jeopardize that in any way, we will be actually violating our responsibility in that regard. but I can assure you, we are in sync with the state's directive. We personally believe that fossil fuels are on their way out and that they are harmful and they are being reduced. But the reality is that we are still reliant, at least as a world, to a decreasing degree on their use. And we have much lower exposure than virtually any other public plan, quite frankly, consciously so. But thank you for that, sharing that. And I think we do have a commitment not to make such investments, but it's not one that would is in writing or would cause us to violate our fiduciary responsibility to make the members' interests first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Kobayashi?
For director, there's that $109 million for broadband. That is cash, right?
That is the ARPA CIP money that we have not received yet. We haven't received the 5.7 either.
Oh,
so
that's only for CIP.
Well, no, that was the, that was the V Fund CIP that was appropriated last year in the budget. The ARPA CIP, and the guidance that came out indicated pretty much it should be used for broadband. And so we filed an application, and it looks like they approved the 5.7, but we've never gotten a grant agreement. So we haven't got even the 5.7 million yet, the administration money. So it's appropriated by the feds. We just haven't received even the administration portion of it yet.
All right, thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? All right, okay. So with that, we have no further questions. I want to thank Director Harai, and then, Tom, Derek, and all the others for such a detailed and I know it's a supplemental budget, but please enjoy the rest of your week. For the finance members, we will kick it off again next week, Tuesday. So if we don't see you, have a great rest of the day and a great rest of the week. With that, I will adjourn this informational briefing. Bye-bye.